Hey guys! What is up? Sorry, things are starting a little late. I got distracted. Hashtag ADHD. Also, hey Virgil, I see you in the chat. What's up? So, the plan tonight is to do the melee role quests, and then based on the fact that when we did the ranged fizz ones last week, we had some time left over, I'm hoping that means that we'll have time tonight to do the tank quests as well. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to edit the thumbnail on YouTube. Whoops. But if all goes according to plan, tonight is basically melee night. We're gonna be doing the melee role quests and tank, and then tomorrow will be magic day with the magic DPS and healer quests. Alright, so there we go. Here is our girl. Am I on the right job? No, I'm not, because I was trying to figure out a good screenshot for the thumbnail. There we go. The big downside to using the same glamour for every job. I have to be so careful when I'm doing roulettes on my main, because my PvE main is Bard. My PvP main is Machinist. And I can't tell you how many times I have done Frontlines roulette first, because I want to make sure that I can get in before the roulettes get dead, because it's too late at night, right? And then I queue into Expert Roulette, and I try to cast my Bard dots, and I realize, shit, this isn't Bard. Literally happened to me last night. On the plus side, it's forcing me to get better at Machinist, I think, in PvE. And it shares all the same gear except for weapon with my Bard, so yeah. Anyway, let's get these done. Shashepia seeks an adventurer who likes getting up close and personal. Oh yeah, this did have a really good running gag in it. Hello there. I take it you've spoken with Brooke Evu. Willing to lend a hand? Yeah. I am truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Shashepia, and I have traveled far from my village in the forests of Shoktaral in search of a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the Swallowtail Tural Vidral is sealed. Before its ascension, the Swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones, and the like, through its skill at mimicry. So it survived day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. This fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possesses it command. Sorry, I got distracted by what looks like a typo. I think that's supposed to say, and any who possess it commands the self-same ability. Because any here, the implication is anyone, and if something, it should be any who possess it commands the self-same abilities, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna stop getting distracted by weird grammar stuff now. Indeed, the wielder too may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin-blade-wielding viper, or a savage brash with claws and fangs to gut whomsoever they please. It is this power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest. For though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That is why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of of this ordeal. Yet there has been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with a bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane, which I understand is the name of a large settlement located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation, and assist Itoka in retrieving the cocoon. Yeah, as long as you're willing to cover my teleportation expenses. The blank stare, forgive me, but what is teleportation? Oh. Wait, there's an aetheryte right here. How have you not at least passively heard what it's for? Well, if it is a required expense, rest assured, Itoka will compensate you for it. She's been entrusted with a fair sum of the village's combined reserves. Whatever she needs to track down this villain, she will have, and so shall you. Upon arriving in the eastern land, search for a Vieira woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you may find someone who has seen her. Yeah, sure, but no, seriously, it's not even like you guys don't have aetherytes in Shock Tyrol. What do you think those are for? You would have had to pass places that had them on your way here if you were coming by foot. I'm gonna go to Kugane now. Okay. Welcome to the Shiokaze Holstery. How may I serve you? I'm looking for someone. Have you seen her? You're searching for someone? As a matter of fact, I do distinctly remember seeing a Vieira woman of that description earlier, but I'm afraid I could not tell you where she may be now. Alas, from Tyrol, was it? Sorry, can't help you. That reminds me, though. I heard Tyrol has its own local variety of spirits called mezcal. Been meaning to taste it myself for an age now. But you've no idea how hard it is to get one's hands on a bottle of it here. Well, maybe they can negotiate some kind of trade thing between... Realistically, it'd have to be between Tyrol and... Or like the most logistically sensical way of doing this would be have the trade be between Tyrol, oh, I see, Tyrol and Limsa, and then Limsa and Kugane. Because non-stop between Tyrol and Kugane would probably be logistically complicated and expensive. A Vieira woman wearing a bow? Why, yes, I do recall such a person. It was hard not to notice her, really, given how she was peering at every little thing. If she came from the distant lands to the west, no doubt Kugane is quite the unusual sight for her. With any luck, she'll still be here, where I saw her, in the vicinity of the Shekisegumi barracks. Alright, to the barracks we go. teleport over here. Oh, I just realized her description. Itoka-esque woman. Ah, this city is simply too large for me to cover alone. Perhaps it's time I returned home. Hello! Itoka? Yes, I'm she. And you are... I'm Shizune. I was sent to help you. I see. Shashepia always was a worrywart. Don't worry, or won't deny I appreciate the help, though. Ascertaining the whereabouts of the cocoon has been no easy task. I managed to secure room and board in this lodging after arriving in Kugane, and have been using it as a base to track down the thief ever since. I'll tell you all I know. According to an eyewitness from my village, the thief is a middle-aged Kirin male. That's all we have to go on regarding his appearance. Yet so long as he possesses the cocoon, he can be anyone and anything. An elderly woman traipsing along the street, a child throwing a ball, mayhap even the dog chasing after it. Truth be told, I was nigh at wit's end trying to find him. That is, until I discovered that a series of unusual squabbles have been occurring around the city. After investigating these incidents, I found the commonality. The instigator in each case invariably had no recollection of the incident, let alone of inciting it. What's more, eerie accounts have begun to circulate amongst the residents. Some folk claim they've somehow seen in two places at once. Based on all this, I believe the thief's been using the Dreamweave cocoon to transform into innocence and spread discord throughout the city. Stands to reason we can find him by following the trail of chaos left in his wake, no? And yet, even should we apprehend him, in whatever form he's hidden himself within, there's nothing to stop him from feigning innocence. Besides a secret remedy, of course, the recipe for an elixir which can forcibly remove the cocoon's enchantment has been passed down in my village for emergencies like this. I made sure to prepare a few vials before making the voyage here. I need simply throw the solution at the suspect, and the cocoon's weave of mimicry will unfurl on the spot. That covers everything. Now, let's say we see if there's any trouble afoot. The thief will undoubtedly not be far from it. Let me know when you're ready. We'll catch him together. Yeah, we'll catch him together. Ready to set off then? Perfect. I say we begin our search with the markets. I recall a great number of people gathering in the Rakuze district, I believe it was called. Rare are the days my people leave the shelter and bounty found beneath the forest boughs. I was speechless when I first laid eyes on Tuliolo, a city with as many people as trees in the forest, and Kugane is no less dense. To think that all of this was wrought by mortal hands. Remarkable. My people have ever lived in harmony with nature, but that doesn't mean we condemn the ways of those who choose otherwise. In fact, in the brief time I've been exposed to settlements like this, I've come to see such places have their merits too. Let's see here. Do we see anything? Anything at all? Look, you thieving whore son! I told you, this isn't enough! But sir, that cannot be right. I am sure I gave you your change in full. Enough. Hand over my money or I'll take it by force. Let's keep watching. But isn't it obvious? No one gets so worked up over a handful of coins unless they're looking for trouble. Or they're broke. Wait. Reveal yourself, villain! You owe him an apology. Well, what in the blazes do you think you're doing? Oh, sorry. Very, very sorry. Oh dear. 1,000 apologies, sir. I gravely miscalculated your change. I will return what you are owed immediately. I beg your forgiveness. Ma'am, I think you just don't understand the full value of money. I apologize for the disturbance. How dreadfully embarrassing. Well, speaking of embarrassing, a hunter doesn't quite, quit, sorry. A hunter doesn't quit after a single arrow misses its mark. Best not dwell on what's done, and instead focus on our next course of action. Let's see how things fare in Kogane Dori. Sigh! Where are the... Oh wait, are you still... Yeah, you're still saying the same thing you were before. Alright. This is the one we already talked to you about, right? Yeah. Wait, this way. Talk about the sea. I can't believe how impossibly vast it is. My jaw dropped when I first saw it. I could hardly fathom where the horizon ended and the sea began. Before arriving in Tuliolol, I had imagined the sea to be merely a large, saltier body of water than the lake back home. There, we could race from shore to shore. To attempt the same here, I fear, would have fatal results. I wonder if there is, like, you know, considering we have the fact that we have fantasy Americas and stuff here, I wonder if there's a fantasy version of the Great Lakes. Speaking of large bodies of water. I'll cut you down where you stand, you lecherous lummox! What's going on here? What is going on here? The big bloke over yonder allegedly laid his hands on that grizzled fella's woman. Afraid this may come to blows. Calm yourself, man. I have not done what she claims. You dare add insult to injury by calling her a liar? Ignore him. I told you, that pig defiled me. Cut him down while, this instant. There is no truth in her words. Wherefore does she spout such rubbish? Kami, give me strength. Cut the bloody brute down already. Yes, not less than your heads I'll serve as penance for your crimes. Very well, let my blade prove my innocence. It's her, right? Looks like it. Sir, is that your lady? I mean, no judgment if it is. Is that really necessary? Yeah, actually. No matter, I was growing weary of this petty farce. It's time I moved on to bigger and better things. Oh, no, you don't! Time to see her legendary archery! Oh. Jingle, jingle! He didn't even bring his rice ball with him. Oh no! Well, how odd. My bow is more out of tune than I realized. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sweetheart! Is it really you? Oh, thank the Kami, you're safe. I found her lying unconscious in a nearby alleyway. She could only vaguely recall being attacked from behind before losing consciousness. So the villain knocked her out before assuming her visage in a ploy to deceive her husband. I fell for the deception like a complete and utter fool. I do not even know how to begin to make amends. There are no amends to be made. You simply acted as any husband would. Due to your involvement, this matter was resolved without bloodshed. The Seki Segumi, thank you. You're welcome! It is regrettable, however, that the villain managed to escape. A criminal who can change their shape at will is exceedingly dangerous. Know that the Seki Segumi will alert the populace to this menace, and remain vigilant for any suspicious activity in the city. Let's return to my lodgings. I'd like to go over where we stand with our elusive quarry. Do you want to talk about that missed arrow, by the way? No? I'm something of an archer myself. Maybe we can do some target practice together. I can give you some pointers on your form. If it really is your bow, you should probably have it looked at. As predicted, the thief has been using the cocoon's power of mimicry to incite conflict around the city. What he hopes to accomplish by doing so, however, is still unclear. And, so long as he has this power, our sole means of tracking him remains the havoc left in his wake. A trying trail for any hunter, but I'm heartened to have a warrior like you beside me as I tread it. We'll catch him together, and when we do, we'll mete out justice, or the justice he deserves, Shizune. Yeah! Itoka's eager to continue the hunt. Good to see you, Shizune. For better or worse, I haven't heard about any unusual incidents in Kugane since our last altercation with the thief. There may be a reason for that. Do you remember when he claimed he was moving on to bigger and better things? If we're to catch him, we may have to expand our scope of the scope of our search beyond Kugane. Yet he traveled all the way from Toral to this eastern land for a reason, and I can't imagine he'd go too far. Do you know of any settlements nearby? Boy, do I! The Ruby Sea is dotted with settlements. People live in those waters? Or people live out in those waters? But they're so vast. Where would we even begin? Tamamizu, Seki, whatever it's called, Onokoro. Ah, so the Bakufu has an outpost at the Ruby Price? That sounds like the perfect place to start. Let's make our way out there and avail ourselves of the soldiers' intel. If anything out of the ordinary has occurred, no doubt they'll be aware of it. Shall we? Sure. Go ahead and teleport to the Ruby Price. Hi, Ikagura, what's up? Got any info for us? Well, this is unexpected. What brings you to the Ruby Price? We're looking for a guy. Disputes? Strange you should ask. Not even a moon ago, the waters of the Ruby Sea were poised to turn a sanguinary shade. Huh? Please, tell us everything. A Confederate skiff approached the Ruby Price without authorization, and its occupant began hurling insult after insult in an obvious attempt to provoke us. We did not succumb to their provocations, however. After warning the vessel we'd fire if they drew an elm closer, they withdrew without a word. However, should they attempt to provoke us again, we will not display the same level of restraint, and the roar of our cannons shall signal their comrades to rally in full force. The waters will flow red. Of that, there can be no doubt. I mean, that most certainly gives new meaning to the Ruby Sea. Tensions run high. Not like this has ever occurred. Oh, wrong voice, but whatever. I see. Thank you for the information. Might we speak privately? Of course. Based on the testimony just now, I gather there's an argument or an agreement in these waters that the Confederates are not to draw near the Ruby Price, guarded as it is by the Bakufu sentries. If that's the case, then as the soldier stated, I can only conclude that the vessel earlier was attempting to incite a dispute between the two factions. Which fits the modus operandi of our quarry, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it was he who sailed here under the banner of the Confederates. Whatever the case may be, we have nothing but conjecture. We'll need solid evidence before we can alert the soldiers here to this threat. I doubt they'll heed our warnings otherwise. First, we need to verify if any members of the Confederacy actually approached the Ruby Price. Do you know where their base of operations can be found? Boy, do I! I'm close personal friends with their leadership. Sakazuki. Looks like it would be faster for us, or fastest for us to swim there. Or I could just teleport. Or the game could just teleport me there for me. Oh, wait. Sakazuki, not Onokoro. Never mind. Hi, guys. What's up? What? Absolutely not. Not a one of my Confederate brothers and sisters would approach the Ruby Price without authorization. Those cowardly Bakufu dogs must have concocted this baseless rumor to get a rise out of us. No Confederate would approach the Ruby Price without authorization. What are those Bakufu dogs playing at? They're not. Someone's playing both of you. The soldiers at the Ruby Price said that, did they? Pardon my language, but that's a load of shite. We have no interest in Hingan waters. If anything, I've seen their skiffs encroaching on our territory of late. If you ask me, they're the ones thirsty for blood. Hi! There you are, Shizune. Listen to what this person has to say. The situation is more grave than we thought. I'm thankful you came, and not a moment too soon. Captain Rasho ain't been acting himself, you see. Normally, where he goes, Tansui goes, but not today. He showed up just earlier by his lonesome and ordered us to gather as many heads as possible, or as able to join him on the Isle of Becco to attend to some pressing business. Uh-oh. Normally, I'd oblige the captain without a moment's hesitation, but I had a feeling something weren't right. So I asked him what manner of business. We're gonna set the Ruby Price ablaze, he says. The bloody Ruby Price. Uh-oh! Tried speaking some sense into him, but he weren't a mind to listen. Walked off saying he has no need of craven bastards like me. Uh-oh! Look, I don't know what's gotten into the captain, but it can't be anything good. Please, go to the Isle of Becco and stop him and me comrades before it's too late. This Rasho acting strangely can't be a coincidence. We need to get to that island, and quickly. Do you know the way? Yeah. Got it. We've not a moment to waste. But also, shouldn't we talk to Rasho? Or would there being two of him to try and stop this nonsense be, Ah, there it is. I always get Becco and Zeki confused. But anyway, would showing up with the real Rasho just cause more confusion than it's worth? Also, why would you guys gather here and not by... This is basically, this is further away from the Ruby Price than where you guys were before. Why gather here? I hear voices. Seems they've gathered up ahead. Those scum think they can encroach on our territory and get away with it? I'll be damned if we let them. Tonight, we lay siege to the Ruby Price and seize it for ourselves. But are you sure? If we do this, we won't just be starting a battle. We'll be starting a war. You've been acting strange, Captain. What's gotten into you? Silence! I didn't ask for your bloody opinion. Those lying dogs claimed it was us breaching the agreement. I say we give the bastards what they deserve. You are not welcome here. Be gone if you value your lives. You're a terrible actor. You saw through my disguise once again. Don't tell me you count even a pirate captain among your acquaintances. I count multiple pirate captains among my acquaintances, actually. What are you trying to accomplish? Why incite conflict wherever you go? Why? Sorry to disappoint you, but contrary to the passage of the Unbound's prattling about freeing the world from the tyranny of government, I have no grand designs. I wish merely for everyone to show their true faces. Folk love to put on airs of sophistication and virtue, but push them towards the edge and their masks slip off to reveal the monsters underneath. They'll go for their neighbor's jugular to save their own skin. You've seen it for yourselves. It's quite the spectacle. Ma'am, are you even trying? I like to think that's the same nom as you, by the way. Just having, like, the worst day ever. Damn it! The winds are too strong! I would expect a skilled archer to take the winds into account. Also, I don't think the winds are gonna make it go higher than it's supposed to. A man of 1,000 faces is a true menace indeed. We'll return to Onokoro forthwith to alert the captain. Rest assured, the Confederacy will be keeping a close watch over the Ruby Sea. I didn't think for a moment he was an imposter, and the lies he spouted about the Bakufu soldiers were enough to make my blood boil. To think what would have happened had you not been here to stop us. Kami bless you. You're welcome. All he wants is to expose people's so-called true faces? That he would use the cocoon for such a petty cause. Unthinkable. Let's return to Kugane for the time being. So, again, are we going to talk about your aim? At all? Just a little conversation, maybe? Damn it all. I can't believe a bastard like that. Forgive me. I find myself more disgusted with that villain each time we see him. And to think all of this is driven by small-minded spite. From what I could gauge, he didn't fly towards Kugane during his escape. I believe he seeks a new settlement to terrorize. Now that the Confederacy and I are acquainted, I'll see if they can't help me sniff out his roost. No doubt, where there's smoke, he'll be there stoking the fire. And I suppose I'll use this period to tend to my bow. Next time, my arrow will fly true. That's funny, I thought you said it was the wind that was the problem. Itoka appears to have found a new lead. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Ruby Sea, I've kept a line of communication with the Confederacy, and they just reported something you'll be interested to hear. Apparently, a man impersonating the distinguished Lord of Doma was recently exposed. One of the Lord's retainers saw through the pretender's facade while he was attempting to stir up trouble in the Doman enclave. The imposter then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly, our quarry now nests in Doma. I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the enclave. Do any locations come to mind? Namai, Yeah, Namai. A town in Yangsha called Namai, you say? That sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable, Shizune. I get around. Then without further ado, let's make our way there and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. There's also the House of the Fierce. I'm just gonna assume that the retainer who saw through the fake Hien was Yugiri and told otherwise. Have there been any quarrels of late? Why, yes, actually. Just the other day, the two of us were at each other's throats over a persimmon. She was only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing. In the end, she purchased this one by way of apology. So I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the sort of quarrel you're speaking of? No, that's a cute quarrel. Then what sort of quarrels were you inquiring about? The bad kind that could potentially lead to a war or something. Trouble? None that I can think of. For a blessing, all has been peaceful. Yay, that's good to hear. It is all we can do to hold on to peace while it lasts. Yeah, you cherish that peace. You guys went through hell in Stormblood. You deserve it. Oh, hi, Toka. The people of this village live hand in hand with nature. It reminds me of home. That's cute. Where am I going? I wanted to see if that was, Wolf Guy's friend. I don't remember if that side quest, if any of the NPCs from that side quest are still in the overworld. By the Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. By the Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There has been news, however, of a man impersonating Lord Hien at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Hien voiced intentions to invade Nagsha, all present grew weary of the individual. None more so than Lady Yugiri called it, who saw through the fake farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Unfortunately, efforts to find him have not borne fruit. I really hope we get to go to Nagsha soon. Have I talked about this on stream? Back in Stormblood, I thought 5.0 would be us going to Nagsha and Dalmasca, especially since, like, first FanFest. A, they fucking lied to us. They told us 5.0 was going to be us taking it to the Garleans. B, they announced during the first FanFest that, we would be, or that they'd be adding the Viera to the game. And they didn't, they revealed a lot of the zone artwork between that first FanFest and when they finally told us we were going to the first during JP FanFest, which was the third one that year. So, like, I saw the Raktika Greatwood and thought it was gonna be the, oh no, why am I blanking on its name? Not Galmora. Basically the jungle from 12. And I thought we were going to Dalmasca and maybe Nagsha. And I thought the way things were going to work... Hang on, let me pull up the world map so that I can demonstrate. I thought, okay, there's already shit going on over here in where, like, the Gimlet Dark is. And maybe, for reasons, we're going to have to depart from Doma, go through Dalmasca and Nagsha, and that'd be Expansion 1. And then, like, I thought 6.0 was... Sorry, I thought 5.0 was gonna be us getting to see, like, some of Southern Ilsabard, and then 6.0 would be us going to Garlemald proper and actually taking on the Garleans or whatever. And then Yoshi P was like, actually, no. Actually, I know you're gonna be, like, really nervous... She's you specifically, this player, I don't know, about the idea that they're interrupting this whole war we're in the middle of to go to a different reflection, but it's actually, we're gonna give you peek. still the best expansion this game has ever had. None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How did you fare? I didn't find anything either. Then it seems the villain is not here. Where might he have gone to? Maybe we should check the House of the Fierce? Huh? Well, what are you doing here? What do you mean? A friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we're strangers. We met just moments ago, remember? You asked me how to reach the House of the Fierce. Oh, no. I know how to get there already, though. I wouldn't have had to ask. Good grief, lass. You're lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending paths leading north out of the village until you see a small pond. Then simply dive in and swim. The House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Sir, I am Shizune Daskar, Liberator of Doma. I don't need to ask for directions on how to get to the House of the Fierce. Could he have impersonated you this time? This doesn't bode well. We must hurry. Much obliged, sir. Also, maybe don't give directions to the secret base of the former resistance group, the hideout of a bunch of ninjas, to any random stranger you meet on the street. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Wait, what am I doing? I can fly. I know I've gotten a haircut since the last time I was here, but come on! Aren't you supposed to be guarding this place? Abandoning my posts? I'll have you know I'm more than capable of keeping watch and fishing at the same time. Uh-huh. Then how did the impersonator get past you? Just how far must we swim to reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back home are about to come in handy. You're being awfully bold. My friends, it's come to my attention that the Khan of the Azim Steppes mighty Oranir tribe conspires in the shadows to invade Doma. We must not give them the chance. Invasion would mean all-out war. There is only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, you must assassinate the Khan. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. But Shizune, you're the Khan of Azim Steppe. You're the Hatun. They grow wary. Perhaps I should observe my targets more carefully. Yeah, no shit. But with all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Hien. It is imperative we receive his instruction before acting. That would be playing right into the Oranir's hands. After all, an impostor disguised as Lord Hien was but recently exposed. An Oranir spy, there can be no question. Yet the spy has fled, and their whereabouts unknown. I know where they are! They could be anyone and anywhere, leaving new schemes even as we speak. Or weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. That is why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Hien was but a part of the Oranir's grand scheme? Please, you know Magnai wouldn't do something so sneaky. He is the sun! He would never resort to such tricks. But why would those who fought alongside us for Doma's liberation conspire to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem yourself, Shizune. Something isn't right. I'll say, because I am desperate. A shadow looms over Doma, and only with your help can I cast away this dark pall. Please, lend me your strength. Our honored friend Shizune risked life and limb to see Doma free, yet you address her with suspicion and doubt. If she says we must act first to prevent greater bloodshed, then we must act. It is true that she has never led us astray. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands with Shizune once more to drive back this shadow rising over Doma. Ahem! I don't sound like that. Come on, guys, you know me better. Oh, what is the meaning of this? It's that infernal Oriner spy! Quickly, kill her before she can escape! You sound nothing like me. Your charade ends here! It's you! Such persistent vermin. Yeah, do you think we were just gonna let you run away? Okay, Toka, now's your chance. Third time's the charm, right? You got your bow fixed, there's no wind because we're in the middle of a cave. Oh, I missed her dialogue. You fucked up! Poor guy can't catch a break. Also, her dialogue was, "You're not getting away this time." The problem appears to be your aim, not the bow. Ha! Pathetic! You're nothing like that other girl. What was her name? Ah, yes, Itoka. She was fearsome, that one. Right up until the moment I drove my blade into her back. What is this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading around as Itoka herself. After all, that would make you no better than me. Hiding behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. What was he talking about? I'm sorry. I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should apprise these men and women of the situation. To think he can transform into anyone, a truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Hien to this threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Upon speaking with you again, I realized that though the impostor assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Forgive me. I will not fall for such a farce again. You seemed to know the guy. Want to fill us in on that? Might I have a word? The man impersonating you earlier. I'd recognize his face anywhere. Without a doubt, he is Samidare, a childhood friend. You know him? Please, you must tell us everything. I have known Samidare nearly my entire life. We learned the shinobi arts together, you see. Roughly 25 years ago, we engaged in our first battle as Proud Ninja, defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty Magitech with nimble ninjutsu. As if moved by our resolve, the mighty auspice and guardian of Doma, Tamamo Gozen, appeared on the field of battle to aid our cause. Which one is that? Oh, the fox. Okay. Yet our efforts were for naught. The Empire's might fell upon Doma like a hammer, and we were crushed beneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, and so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samidare was conscripted to their army and forced to become an Imperial spy. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands through rumor and manipulation. Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samidare has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. It was only after the prisoner exchange that he returned to Doma at long last, but he was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hide man's savagery, and I'll prove it here in dear, dear Doma. The fool I am, I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lie deceit spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize he meant every word. I tried to confront him, but he fled Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the... Oh, ad break! Whoops! We'll continue this after the ads then. In that case, I will be right back, guys. Sit tight. right, we're back. All right, let's pick up where we left off before the ads came out completely out of nowhere. It's not like I had a 3-minute warning and a 2-minute warning and a 1-minute warning warning me that ads were coming or anything like that. Haha. Anyway, nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it with me here. Dear illustrious Samidare, we extend our deepest gratitude for your interest in joining the Passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals, and we shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these needs in mind, we have decided to welcome you into the fold. To celebrate the start of an auspicious future together, we invite you to meet your colleagues in Tuliolo, and have enclosed your ticket within. Exceptional talent, exceptional egos more like, this Passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on nations far and wide to recruit cutthroats like Samidare, who only follow their own desires. Upon his arrival in Tural, Samidare's ambitions guided him to my home, where he stole the Dreamweave cocoon and set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appears to be the way of it. In all likelihood, it is the Passage of the Unbound which alerted him to this Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samidare attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azim Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening, but so long as he can alter his form and face at will, who can say what tomorrow may bring? His years as a secret operative have made him a master at reading the people. Should he decide to study his target before taking their form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's already too late. Please, be careful, and may the Kami bless and keep you. Wait, is this the... Is this the quest series I think it is? Attempting to find Samidare now would be a fruitless endeavor. He could be any bird in the sky or any beast roaming the wild. I think it is. Let us return to Kugane. I'll reveal everything to you there, I promise. Alright, back to Kugane we go. What level quest is this again? 94. So we have, what, 96, 98, and 100 left? Okay. I'm grateful for your help today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. But more importantly, I apologize for deceiving you. Yeah, now I know who you are. Kinda. I know who you're not. As Samidare said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. No! I'm not Itoka. No! I never would have guessed. Your archery skills have been so impeccable this whole time. I'm Kiyuki. I'm sorry, I'm Kuiki. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter. But only in name. You've seen my aim for yourself. Yet most shameful of all is that it's my fault the Dreamweave cocoon was stolen. Normally, it is enshrined in the deepest recesses of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provides shelter and sustenance to many, and not all we share its bounty with our friendly. When great beasts threaten our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet I used it for my own foolish desires. I couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, yet could barely catch prey large enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepared meals, and tune bows. Just once, I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride. So I used the cocoon's power to transform myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. And as I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. I never had reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached to nurse his wounds. Yet the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sin to the village elder, and in her boundless grace she forgave me. But I could not forgive myself. I left home that very eve in secret to pursue the thief, all the way to Kugane. After several days of fruitlessly scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka? As our most exceptional hunter, it came as no surprise the elder had charged her with recovering the cocoon. She was astonished to see me, of course. I had told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home, but when I expressed to her my shame, my anger, she consoled me and told me we would find the cocoon together. And I was certain we would, until the day that duplicitous bastard killed her. You appeared soon after her passing. I thought with someone as strong as you at my side, maybe, just maybe, I could avenge her. So I lied. Like Samidare said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter, but my desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka's was. I am so sorry for lying to you, Shizune. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me, and continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon. Thank you for telling me the truth. Of course I'll help. I had my suspicions, but I also had faith in you. I say no. How could I say no? Thank you. I know with you at my side, I can keep my promise to Itoka. For now, I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding conflict in the region. Please do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. Hey, what's this I found? Is it a moment to spare? Kuiki's bow is furrowed, or brow is furrowed and uncharacteristic unease. Are you sure she's not just squinting? Because... Shizune, I'm so relieved to see you. I thought you might resent me for lying to you. That you might refuse to lend me your help again. I'd certainly be hard-pressed to reclaim the cocoon alone in this foreign land. I truly meant what I said before. I'm counting on you. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, when I first arrived here, I was nearly swindled out of an heirloom by a talking catfish. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'd been scouring the city for a shop to pawn my choker so I could secure a room and board, you see, when the catfish approached me, claiming it'd buy the necklace for a fair price. Offered me a handful of coins that glittered like gold. I was about to accept the offer when Itoka appeared. In mere moments, she discerned that the catfish's currency was counterfeit, and ended the transaction then and there. She dragged me to the markets afterwards and pawned her own necklace to secure lodgings for the both of us. From the moment she arrived, Itoka took care of everything. What I'm trying to say is, I can't do anything on my own. I'm reckless, impulsive, and I'm just really glad to have you by my side. I'm glad you have me by your side, too. It's been some time, my friends. Pray forgive me my sudden visit, pray forgive my sudden visit, but I come bearing urgent tidings. Ah, We spoke with you at the House of the Fierce. Samidare. I told him I was willing to make amends and join my oldest friend in exposing the lies in people's hearts. He responded most eagerly and bade me meet him in secret. Oh, wait, really? Did he say where? Aye, Hell's Lid. I had a mind to lay an ambush for him, but not knowing the extent of the power he wields, I thought it best to seek help. And so I come here to beg your aid, Shizune. Your strength and valor are unequaled, and we cannot apprehend Samidare without you. This feels like a trap. We may never get another chance to catch him unawares like this. There's no time to lose. This seriously smells like a trap. Oh, wait! Forgive me for speaking plain, Huntress, but I fear we would only be a hindrance to Shizune when when the fighting begins. Let us go to Hell's Lid by skiff and meet her after the villain is subdued. Oh, I take your point. You're right. Without us there to distract her, Shizune can focus wholeheartedly on the battle at hand. Or wholeheartedly on the battle. Oh my god. Also, this smells like a trap! Sorry, would you mind going it alone? We'll be there as soon as we can. I mean, I can handle myself, sure, but what about you? Sniff, sniff, I smell a trap! Unbelievable. Alright. Wait, actually... Yeah, no, I think this is the fastest way. Okay. Step 1. Go to Onokoro. Step 2. Whoops, not you. Go to the skipper. Take the ferry. Step 3. Flap flap. You see no sign of Samidare. Perhaps his lair is further ahead. Or perhaps you're falling for a really obvious trap, Shizu. What the hell? You still see no sign of Samidare, but feel an unsettling presence. Oh, right, I'm not unbarred. Also, let me bring out River. Boy, what a coincidence that I ran into those guys here. Definitely nothing suspicious going on. Samidare is nowhere to be found. There is naught to do but await your companion's arrival. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, where's the other guy? I came as soon as... Oh, is the battle over already? Where's Samidare? Didn't show. I was attacked, but not by Samidare. What? So this was a trap? Wait, over there! Huh? Wow, whoever could have seen this coming? Thank goodness, I made it. After all that time I spent in that old Kojin's shell, convincing his underlings to attack you, my blade was mere ilms from the skin of your back. Alas. A meticulous plan gone to waste. It seems I underestimated your strength, and the failed huntress's tenacity. I dare say I'm outmatched, and no common beast I might mimic and stand against you. I must contemplate your deaths with more care, more rigor. Look forward to our next meeting. We should probably establish a password. Forgive me. Needed to catch my breath. Samidare's friend was the villain himself. As soon as the skiff made it to the open sea, he threw me overboard. I damn near had to swim like a fish to make it here in time. He's made me into a fool again. He waylaid me before using a similar ruse. By the time I figured out what was what, Hitoka was already... I always wondered how a craven like Samidare was able to kill her, our greatest hunter. And now I know. When Hitoka felt the blade in her back and turned to see the face of her killer, I'm glad I was able to prevent history from repeating itself. I don't want to lose you, too. We should return to Kugane. Samidare may have planted more than one trap for us here. Oh, wait. No, that's not right. Kugane. I feared the worst as I rushed to reach you. The moment Samidare was in sight, I charged without thinking, which, in retrospect, was probably for the best. Had I tried to shoot him from afar with my bow, I might have missed. Or worse yet, hit you instead. In any case, I'm just relieved you're safe. I promise to be more wary from now on, particularly of familiar faces. It hardly needs saying, but remember to keep your guard up as well. For now, I'll resume my efforts to gather information about Samidare's whereabouts. You'll be the first to know once I have a lead. I hope so, because I'm right here. Wiki seems to be on edge. Good to see you, Shizune. Or should I say Samidare? There's only one way to be sure. I need you to tell me something only you and I would know. When I used the cocoon to take on Itoka's form, what creature did I hunt? You never told me. It's really you! Whew! Well, that's a relief. Indeed, I never told you that my arrow struck a great wild boar. A prize for any hunter. Samidare is the only one who ever saw it. Sorry for doubting you, but I could think of no better way to expose him if he'd attempted to impersonate you again. I mean, he could have just lied and claimed he didn't know. I have to remain vigilant, after all, even though no news of his plots has reached me as of late. From here to Yangxia, people are on alert for a many-faced agitator within their midst, and not even a stray cat is beyond scrutiny. While Samidare can no longer act so brazenly, I'm afraid this means his trail's gone cold. We also have another problem. When he pushed me into the Ruby Sea, the remedy I carried was soaked in salt water. I'm afraid it's no longer effective. No doubt his plan from the start was to eliminate the one means we had of undoing the cocoon's mimicry. Couldn't we make more? We're at a disadvantage too great to ignore. Which is why I intend to synthesize a new batch. I was about to go procure the necessary ingredients from the supplier when you arrive. Why don't you join me? Here we go. I've never heard of such materials. Where are they found? Deep in the forests of Taral, a land beyond the Great Sea, and far, far to the west of here. Taral? I'm afraid my supply chain does not extend quite that far. Are there similar ingredients we might be able to use? You know, if it's like powder from a butterfly wing, maybe there's a different kind of butterfly that's local that we could use? I feared as much. It doesn't help that the materials can only be harvested when the season is right. Even were I to return home now, I doubt I could find what we need. We've no choice but to give up on the remedy. I'm sorry. Now we're at the mercy of Samidare's cunning. Hello there. Tell me, have you any salves that might ease my aching back? Sir, this isn't the apothecary. Where are your spectacles? Oh, yes, how could I forget? Ah, much better. Sometimes I forget that I'm blind, or as blind as a bat without these. Forgive me, Shirakashi. Excuse me, but do those bits of glass covering your eyes help you see better? Well, yes. Are you unfamiliar with spectacles? I mean, her people are also unfamiliar with teleporting, so I assume so. I've seen folk wearing them before, but I always thought they were decorative, like my choker. Tell me, where can I procure a pair of my own? Yamabuki is your man. He has a breadth of artisan contacts who will ensure you receive a pair fine-tuned to your specifications. You'll find his shop on this very street. I'll look for him, thank you. I'm sorry, you must be completely bewildered. I thought a failure of a hunter like me would never be able to aid you in battle. But I've just come to realize there's hope yet. But let's not crowd this stall any longer. Care to join me over there? Ah, yes. The experience of going from thinking you can see perfectly fine to putting on your first pair of glasses and realizing, oh, Oh, this is what the world is supposed to look like. I remember that. Ever since I was a child, I've had trouble seeing things from afar. That's why my aim with the bow is so poor. I'm not fit to be a hunter. Never was. It's only natural that chores like washing sheets and preparing meals fell to me. But I always yearned to be, or to do more. To be more. I have looked up to Itoka ever since I can remember. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't give up on my dream. I had to be just like her. So I begged her to teach me everything she knew, from the basics of drawing a bow to precise aiming techniques that few hunters use. Yet despite all her efforts, my sight failed me where it counted most. All my life, I thought this was simply how nature intended for me to be. I was content to accept my lot. But now that I know spectacles may improve my eyesight, I feel hope. If I could just try them, mayhap my arrows would fire true. I could join you in battle, and maybe even strike down Samidare with my own arrow. We may have lost the remedy, but this would give us an element of surprise. So I have to try on spectacles for myself. Sounds good. All right, let's go meet this Yamabuki. I wonder what procuring a pair of spectacles entails. A pair of spectacles, is it? I can certainly get your order in the pipeline, but I'm afraid there'll be a wait. I'm fresh out of supplies, you see, and the next shipment isn't due for a number of weeks. Of course, if you're in a rush, you could roll up your sleeves and get the materials yourselves. All you need is the glossy shell of an azure hawksbill, and a cluster of Arlent quartz. Bring them here, and my affiliates can begin work immediately. Who knows what schemes Samidare might contrive should we let down our gut chase for weeks. Would you be willing to lend me a hand in procuring the materials? If we split up, we should be able to gather them in the blink of an eye. Quite the eager pair, I see. In that case, I dare say you'll be able to negotiate with the Blue Kojin for a carapace of splendid quality. Ah, I visited Tamimizu during my investigations in the Ruby Sea. I'll handle the shell. That leaves you with the Arlent quartz. Pray look for a cavern near Shoal Rock in the Ruby Sea. Sprinkle some glittering gravel to lure a Shoal Iwamushi from its lair, or from its lair within, and retrieve a cluster from its shell. Sounds good. Let's meet back here when we're finished. Yeah. Also, I just realized, so earlier today, because today's Tuesday and it was reset, I did, instead of using it to level, I did custom deliveries on one of my level 100 crafters so that I could pick up some glamour basics, including these shoes. So just had to go ahead and I realized I never fixed my glamour on this job. So yeah. Gonna want to go to Onokoro. Because the location in question, if I remember right, is right there. Yep. All right. Now, Glittering gravel. Shou and Uramushi are reportedly attracted to anything that glitters, including this gravel. Is this gonna be a giant snail thing? Oh! Oh, I see. That makes a lot more sense. And now we go back to Kagane. Where am I going? Yeah. There we go. Ah, you're the first to return. I trust you have the quartz in hand. I do. This cluster of quartz possesses a light golden hue. Wouldn't you want something clear for glasses? Are we giving her shades? Are these gonna be tinted? Are these blue light glasses? Excellent. This will make for a fine pair of lenses. Now we need only wait for your friend. I'm back. Are you okay? Are you okay? What happened to you? Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you like that. I spoke with the Kojin of the Blue as planned, but soon learned that hawksbill shells have been sparse of late. They were reluctant to part with a single one. I was able to wear them down, though, until they proposed an exchange. If I dealt with the Red Kojin, who'd invaded their fishing grounds, they'd spare a shell. I knew my bow would be useless, so I took a leaf out of Shizune's book and fought him up close and personal. As you can see, I took quite the beating, but so did they. I may be a little worse for wear, but the trouble was worth it. I have the shell as promised, and with it, your associates can get started. Indeed, they can. Let us first measure your eyesight, and then they can get to work. Yeah! This is incredible! Everything is so vivid! Yeah? Why, I'm sure I could hit a bird over the horizon. Come, Shizune. I want to fire some test shots at the sign over there. Hold on. That seems like a fine way to earn the ire of the Sekisegumi. I'll prepare some targets for you. So let's move somewhere less crowded. Of course. Thank you for going to the trouble. Yeah! Man, I remember that feeling. So fun fact, I naturally am nearsighted. I got LASIK a couple years ago. But I do remember every couple years replacing my glasses and like getting my prescription updated. And man, the difference was always incredible. And considering what goes into LASIK and how much I spent on LASIK and some other stuff, I'm the one thing I'm really on top of is making sure I go to the eye doctor every year. And when I went for my appointment this year, they were the doctor was like, "Yeah, whoever did your LASIK did a really good job because your eyesight's still really good." But also, look at her getting all these good shots while firing her arrow at night. In poor lighting. During a storm. I did it! I really did it! After all these years, my aim is true! Yeah! When we find Samidare, he won't know what hit him. It'll be your arrow, right? Also, I'm sure Namazu everywhere are rejoicing. I don't know if I can properly describe this feeling to you. After so long, I don't feel like someone pretending to be a hunter. Finally, I don't feel like a burden. As soon as I catch even a whiff of Samidare's trail, we stop him for good. When that moment arrives, please lend me your strength for one last time. Together, we'll retrieve the cocoon and return it to my village. Yeah! Kuiki is eager to discuss new developments with you. Your timing could not have been more impeccable, Shizune. A person claiming to be an acquaintance of yours stopped by just moments ago, wishing to have a word about Samidare, no less. They're presently waiting in my room, so give me just a moment and I'll bring them here. All right. Are we sure they're actually an acquaintance of mine and not a fucking liar? Oh, never mind. You look well, Shizune. Forgive me for eschewing pleasantries, but there is an urgent matter I wish to discuss. How do I know that you're really Sirena? When we first met in Reunion, what did you purchase at the market? Kinsai, as I recall. I had insufficient funds to purchase it myself, so you helped me gather a whisper root to trade for it instead. It would seem you, too, have grown wary of imposters. Then we can proceed straight to the heart of the matter. You appeared in Mo'ilo a few days ago, claiming Hien had been driven to madness, that he was assembling an army in Doma with plans to conquer the Azim Steppe. For a blessing, we'd already received word from a Doman envoy that an agitator was mimicking others, and saw the ruse for what it was. Unfortunately, when we attempted to capture them, the imposter transformed into a sheep and disappeared among the bands grazing on the plains. When I informed our friends in Doma of the incident, I was told you have been using Kugane as a base to track down the perpetrator, and thought it best I apprise you of this happening. Samidare, he won't relent. His schemes won't end until we make them end. You may discover a clue as to his whereabouts in Reunion. If anyone in the steppe has seen him, that is where they will be. Now, I must alert the other tribes to this threat. May the winds speed your way. Off to the Azim Steppe, then. With any luck, someone in Reunion will have insight to offer. I remember how this quest goes. And all I have to say is, yeah. Anyway. To Reunion. Conflict is forbidden in Reunion. This is known. As for my tribe, all is at peace. I heard a rumor of interest, however. It seems Magnai of the Oranir has been behaving strangely of late. Perhaps that is related to the matter you are investigating? Uh-oh! Someone stirring up trouble? A quarrel among the tribes is as common as the rising sun. Not a day goes by without it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have goods to sell. Kindly continue your inquiries elsewhere. Sorry to bother you. Conflict? Not besides the normal quarrels between tribes. Certainly no disputes on the scale you speak of. But I have heard rumors that Magnai has been sneaking out from the Dawn Throne. Where could he be going, and to do what, I wonder? Uh-oh. Boy, what could that ever be about? Were you able to learn anything of interest? Yeah, apparently Magnai's acting weird. I've also heard the rumors pertaining to this Magnai. One person even stated they saw him headed... Excuse me! Okay, I think I'm good now. One person even stated they saw him headed towards a place called Bardam's Metal not long ago. Mayhap, his is the form Samidare has chosen to take on. Whatever the case may be, we'll find the answer at Bardam's Metal. We can't allow Samidare's depravities to go on any longer. Steel yourself, for when next we face him, we're putting an end to all of this. Yes, let's go! Good, you're ready. Once the battle begins, there's no telling which form Samidare might take. An eminent warrior, a fearsome beast, or worse. He's also shown more scrupulous behavior in his preparations of late. Whatever his form, we would do best to assume that he has thoroughly studied its strengths and will use them to full effect. Yet I am not the feeble hunter I was before. Together, with your martial might and my exacting eye, we will defeat him. At long last, Itoka shall have her vengeance, and my village shall see the cocoon return. Alright, let's go! Come on, he's not even trying. As hilarious as it is. My beautiful, bright sun. I would bask in your warmth till my flesh returns to the earth. Please, he totally has a thing for her. They just need to get together already. Has the feral dog gone rabid? You speak these honeyed words to lure me into your cot, only to slit my throat as I sleep. Hush, fool! I am your Nama. Though we've had our disagreements in the past, I've come to understand my actions were born of love. Yet only now that I am forced to wed do I realize this. Despite my shame, I wish to confess my feelings before it's too late. Oh, please, like your tribe is gonna try and force anybody to get married. That's not how you guys operate. Wed? A Dotharli beast like you? To whom? To what? Kian of Doma. By becoming kin, he seeks to leverage the influence of the Dotharl to claim dominion over the steppe. Magnai, even you're not that stupid. The Doman knows no shame. Very well, I will consider your proposal. Far-fetched though it may be, I cannot overlook the possibility that you are my Nama. But first, we must gather our warriors. The Doman's impudence cannot go unpunished. We march for Doma come morrow's dawn. as it is to see that you are accepting the idea that maybe you and Sadhu, the one woman whose eyes you have not looked into, might be your Nama. That's not Sadhu. Sorry, Magnai. Your Nama is in a different castle. You! What are you doing here? Is it not obvious? They are spies of Doma, come to quash any thought of resistance. You must kill them, quickly! But she is the Han. You did not do your research. Oh, poor Magnai. He didn't deserve this. No! You two are quite the persistent pair. I'd hoped to strike at your backs from the shadows, but now you've forced my hand. I will select from my repertoire the greatest warriors I have witnessed, and use their strength to give you the death you so crave. That's funny, unless you transform into me again. You're not actually telling the truth about that, teehee. Beginning with her. That's not me! How dare you! When my arrow pierces your breast, Itoka will finally know peace. Very cool that they didn't do the usual, oh my god, he's wearing her face, I won't be able to bring myself to attack him thing. Because, yeah, that would have been annoying. Is Magnai still? Oh, there he is. You doing okay there, buddy? I'm okay. Ow. Oh, I see. Wait. Huh? Wait. Ow! I hit wrong button. I am so out of practice with hitting the right buttons for my rotation. Oh, well, I have some bad news for you, dude. I've beaten Magnai before. Multiple times, actually. Remember that, Magnai? I hit button. I did. Okay, we're good. I was gonna say, he's never seen that before, and then I remembered, oh wait, right, he would have been there when she showed up to help out in the battle with the Garleans. I see. It's fine. We won. We win. We win. Should have transformed into me if you wanted to transform into the mightiest warrior you'd ever encountered. No. Okay, Kuwiki, now's your chance to prove yourself. Boom. Good job not shooting him in a lethal spot, but what about that fall damage? Not that Final Fantasy knows what that is. You mean falling from great heights is supposed to break all your bones and kill you? That doesn't sound right. Says every Final Fantasy game. Itoka, it's finally done. Oh, poor Magnite. What am I doing here? I feel as though I've just woken up from the strangest dream. Well, you see, this cowardly cur assaulted you from behind and knocked you unconscious. Yeah, let's go with that. He also messed with your heart. You have shown the sun disgrace this day. You will feel his scorn impressed upon your flesh. You shall forget the warmth of his radiance. In the shadows you will scream, yet none will hear. Prepare yourself. You disguised yourself as his crush that he didn't realize was his crush and played with his heart. You deserve everything that happens to you. Death would have been too good a fate for him. He deserves to spend the rest of his days feeling the weight of his crimes. Now we've honored Itoka's memory and reclaimed the cocoon. No words can express my gratitude, Shizune. I can finally go home, but my community awaits our foremost hunter's triumphant return. What expression will come over their faces when the village disgrace arrives instead? I don't know if I can bear to see. Just tell them the truth. And yeah, you're not the one who killed Itoka. And like, yeah, maybe you could think, oh man, if I had never gone after the relic, maybe he wouldn't have been able to disguise himself to kill her, but he could have still disguised himself as someone from your village and pretended that he was someone she knew and then stabbed her in the back. He could have pretended to be a complete stranger and stabbed her in the back. I don't think you following after her... I don't think you not going to Gugane would have prevented her death. Is what I'm trying to say. Our journey to reclaim the Dreamweave cocoon has come to an end, at long last. Would that I could return home in high spirits. As I recall, I said Shashepia is the one who requested your help, yes? Let us make the journey back to Tuliolo and report to her all that has happened. We have a minute. Surely we can finish this quest in that time. And then do the pink quest when we get back. Oh, that's not right. Don't want to start the MSQ too soon. That's Sunday. You're back. Were you able to retrieve the Dreamweave cocoon? We were. Itoka isn't with you? Yeah, about that. Kuiki! Thank goodness you're alive! Go on. May her soul rest in the cocoon's embrace. I can't believe Itoka is gone. Yes, our village's greatest hunter is lost to us, while its greatest failure survives. Here, take the cocoon where it belongs. Home. I have no right to return. Don't be ridiculous! You are a child of the forest. You are our dear sister. You can always, always come home. No, ad break! Okay. Well, I tried to beat it. We'll continue on the other side. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. we're back. So that kind of interrupted a climactic moment in this cutscene, but, you are a child of the forest. You are our dear sister. You can always, always come home. The entire the entire village has been worried sick about you. We all saw how crestfallen you were. So when you suddenly disappeared, we feared you took your life. For 3 days and 3 nights, we scoured the land and water to find you. Yet look at you now, Kuiki. Not only are you hale and whole, but you have reclaimed the cocoon too. I'm sure that Itoka's spirit, hunting in the forests above, is smiling down at you with pride. And she would much rather you take up her mantle and protect the village than wallow in guilt over her death. Nothing escapes your gaze now, after all. Isn't that right? Thank you, Shashepia. It's settled. You will return home with me. You will return home with me, and finally our village can breathe a sigh of relief. And it would be remiss of me not to thank you properly, Shizune, for assisting Kuiki in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon. You have my heartfelt gratitude. I was little more than a liar and a hypocrite when we first met. But during our time together, I discovered that I'm so much more than that. With with the right tools, even I could become a hunter worthy of following in Itoka's footsteps. I'm truly grateful to you for helping me see that. I think the guy who gave you your glasses is the one who helped you see. Hehe. Farewell for now, Shizune. I hope that one day our paths may cross again. Me too. Yay! Yay! Haha! And yeah, let's complete. All right, tank time. Yeah, new achievement, dreams woven anew. All right, and now switch over to Dark Knight. And the quest is over here. Hi, Lozinique. The young woman gazes into the horizon with a troubled expression. What this quest is. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose Baruch-Evu has enlisted you to our aid. Uh-huh. So what seems to be the problem? That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. My name is Lozinique, and I hail from the northern reaches of Shoktaral, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere the Tural Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths, it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. Oh, okay, I remember this quest now. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. That sounds like torture! Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tenotoa, tasked with crossing the village and returning that which is most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden. So I remained here, that I might find someone to send to his aid. Kenatoa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Rukevu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you are just the woman to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tenatoa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tenatoa would be rendered helpless before the novel's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Ishgard is like a second home to me. Thank you, Shizune. I knew the narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Tenatoa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he'd doubtless spend time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Will do. Also, once again, I have to fix my glamour just a little bit. There we go. Although, actually, do I still have a cold weather glamour on this character? Kinda. Whoop, not that one. Okay, nope. Then I will go with this, because it will be cold where we're going. Because why not? Might as well dress the part. I probably should have just taken the Ethernet, but whatever. It's fine. Whoop. Hey, Gibrion. What's up? If it isn't Shizune, what'll it be? I'm looking for information today, actually. A lad from the Western continent. Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers, now can I? It's a quick way to empty a that's a quick way to an empty tavern. Come on, it's me! But I suppose, since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked through my door not long ago. Was asking anyone else, or anyone whose ear he could bend, about some stolen narwhal or some such that he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him, trust me. Thanks. If you want to catch up with that lad you're searching for, you'd best head for the Jeweled Crozier before he moves on. Crozier. I never actually looked up how to pronounce that word. Probably should. More likely, I'll forget. Alright. Pillars. Ethernet. There we go. Ah. bunch of useless... By the narwhal's horn, you'd think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. You get more flies with honey than with vinegar? Yes, it seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Thank you? Lozanique sent you. Even across oceans, she can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. Leave it to me. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. Ha! I thought it'd be or only be a matter of time until they used the cradle to commit some misdeed or another. But it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. I have only a description to go on, although it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Elizin. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we'd suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realize how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior in the moment I laid eyes upon her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you see even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damned sight better than what I currently have. I mean, she may... a few scholars study in Ishgard without passing through the Astrologicum. If she feels even an ounce of guilt, she would seek penance at St. Ramanod's Cathedral. I doubt she feels that. A skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. Yeah. A skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there. But where would we find one willing to speak? I know plenty! I'm even good friends with the leader of the knights here. Maybe more than for good friends? Right, Amrit? At their barracks near the tavern? I know the way. I'll meet you there. All right. Boop. Hi, is Amrit come? Also, this guy needs help. This is it, right? Let's not waste any time, Shizune. Why, Mistress Daskar, what brings you to the congregation? Is it just here to stop and say hello to my honey? Also, this guy needs help. This passage of the Unbound is not a name I have heard before, but if one of their number has brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there's aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the knights of the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Elysian woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait, you said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually privy only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. But it's me! Shizune Deskar, the life of Amrek. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm at risk. If you can't trust Tentoa, yeah. If you can't trust Tentoa, then trust me. You know, the Dark Knight. You are right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragon Song War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Master Tentoa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be an Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Mistress Deskar has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories. Memories of a knight named Leofine. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors that this development, and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofine and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Shizune? Of course. No, but seriously, tell Amrek I said hi. I shall inform my superiors at once. Worry not. We shall soon form a plan to bring that wicked Leofine to heel. Why don't we hang out in the tavern where it's warm, Tentoa? You know, warm. So, we have a name. Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in the city well. Grasping about at straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning more about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. Tentoa is eyeing each passing Ishgardian with curiosity. There you are, Shizune. I've been walking Ishgard's streets whenever I've been able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I figure the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle. So if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leofine nearby. I can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. Mistress Deskar! Master Tentoa! I bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. These efforts have already borne fruit. We but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and heading east. Once there, speak with Sir Eugenois for the full report. I knew she'd show herself. Let's shouldn't? Is it Dawntrail who should be in charge of there now? Or is it the other one? No, Dawntrail is the Lord of House Fortom now, so I don't think they would be posting him at Dragonhead. So, shouldn't Amanelane be posted there when he's not doing stuff for the contingent? Oh, there you are. This must be him. Well, don't dally. Hey, it's your investigation. Ah, I was informed you were on your way. This is concerning the report by one of our sentries, yes? Uh-huh. He cited a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was heading south along the footpath. But that is all we know. Yes, this is Eugenois. What? Hold fast! I'll send aid at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of Temple Knights should have been protecting it, but something is amiss. They need our help. Right. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please, go find my men before any lives are lost. Sure thing. Alright. Off we go. Also, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something. Alright, there we go. Alright, off we go. There we go. Where is everyone? They should be close, or they should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Shizune, you search further down the road, and keep your weapon at the ready. Ah! Never fear, I am here. I just realized. Oh, I did buy my gear. Okay. Yes, that's right. Okay. For a minute, I was like, wait a minute. Did I remember to buy my artifact here? Or did I just kind of get to 100 and then forget? But no, because this would have been my level 99 gear. Yeah. is all good. Now, are you all good? You saved us. We were almost... Oh. You were saying? Easy. Easy? Is that what you said? Yeah. Oh, feasting today. Okay. Not a moment too soon. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We were too late. No, they're not. Just look. They're asleep is all. Huh? Good. Good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled onto the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The temple knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing. Then the beast attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. What? Ugh, what happened? What did you just do? Did you just hit them to wake them up? Damn. We fell asleep? But we were patrolling. He must be mistaken. A temple knight would never shirk his duty so. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your arse with my own eyes. If not for you, Sir Yujinwa's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we all would be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. Hold on. Wait, it's not their fault. Now, hold on just a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen and... now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. No, explain it to them. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobos seems to have passed, so I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please, return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. Sure. It's no coincidence that the giant birds and the two guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the cradle. But even if Leofine was there, or was here, she is no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. Right. I do think it's cool how, like, chocobos are largely a Eorzea-specific thing. You said that the knights from Camp Dragonhead are on their way, yes? Then I believe we shall have ample protection for the remainder of our journey. Okay, but also it's not their fault they fell asleep. Go easy on them. Oh, we're supposed to go to Ishgard, not Camp Dragonhead. Okay. Wait. But the quest said to go to Camp Dragonhead to warm ourselves. Rar. Leofine may have escaped us, but the witness's report has given us a clue to follow. Thank the narwhal for guiding us swiftly to the Knights. We have received the report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. The two of our own sleeping on duty. By the Fury! Had you reached them even a moment later, this day would have been much darker. Although it pains me to say it, those two shall be punished as befits the magnitude of their negligence. But they weren't! If I may say, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The cradle of the sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Ah, yes. You said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leofine's plots, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you a thanks. We shall continue our search. And rest assured you shall be the first to know of any developments. Shizune, there's more I would tell you about the cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. Oh? We now know that our enemy is what our enemy is capable of, and must plan accordingly. Rest assured, we shall not rest until Leofine is in shackles. Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. The narwhal's lullaby can put even hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe, but even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake, an eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest. The Wild Eye. Me. That sounds like torture. For 10 years, I've been awake awful! Training day and night to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside. The Shut-Eye. You've met her, in fact. Lozanique. As I've been awake these 10 years, she's spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating, so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain paths, but that time is long past. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Lozanique and I both have devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. Don't you miss Lozanique? I do. I see her only when I have to use the cradle, and even then she is sleeping. I barely remember what her smile looks like. A life unencumbered by sleep might seem like a life of freedom. It really doesn't. It sounds like torture. But if those you care for the most aren't there to share it with you, it can feel like a prison. I also, literally, our brains need rest. Like, being awake nonstop and operating nonstop for 10 years, it sounds miserable. But we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofine's schemes to an end. Pentoa has a worried expression on his face. Ah, just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter, if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Lozanique. I wanted to wait until discovering something worth sharing to write her, but we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Whatever you write, don't make her wait too long. Good advice, as usual. I wish we had even a single thread to grasp, but an unexciting letter is better than none at all. Alright, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Meaning? Oh, don't misunderstand. It's nothing so grave as that. It's just... the last time I used the cradle was just before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. That will give Leofine free rein while I'm helpless in bed. There's no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. Okay, or you could get your 8 hours. Mistress Dazkar, Master Tentoa, I have received reports that several groups of Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what can only be your stolen artifact. Several? Let me guess. They were all guarding someone else. You would be correct. It is the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we fail at even that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As if the incident near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in these most recent attacks were left in quite compromising positions. Ugh. Yet the weight of embarrassment is a trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. The Fury was merciful in that respect, but we would rather not see these incidents repeat. Still, while the Temple Knights must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead, it is a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage of the Unbound leave me mystified. But Leofine was cunning, if nothing else. Till we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait until she makes a mistake. Perhaps she gets her jolly seeing people, perhaps she gets her jolly seeing people humiliated. Many among the knights have suggested the same. Leofine may be part of this esoteric order, but she has ever been one to put her own interests first and foremost. The cradle is a tool for peace, yet Leofine uses it for childish pranks. She makes a mockery of its sacred power. We have to get it out of her clutches. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder. Why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? I have pondered the same. Posted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fortin. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofine doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps that makes it easier for her to exploit their weaknesses. Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. Well, a large contingent of knights has but recently been dispatched to Korthus. You remember Gorgain Mills, yes? It has lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Yet there is ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again. Thus have the Temple Knights planned joint patrols of its premises with other contingents. If you speak with Sir Redwald at Falcon's Nest, I am certain he would be glad to have you along. Yeah! Let's go say hi to Redwald! Thanks for the tip, Firmabear. Or Firmalbear. I can say his name. I feel like I'm able to say it better in my head than I am with my actual, like, mouth, but... Falcon's Nest. Oh, Redwald! Is that Mr. Staskar I see? Of course, you are ever welcome in Falcon's Nest. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. We're here on a mission. Indeed, whispers of the Temple Knight's humiliations have reached us even here. Falling asleep while on duty. I dared not believe the stories, but it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now, the rumors failed to mention anything like that. If it can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, if one knight falls, another is always at the ready to take their place. So long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Awful, terrible, abusive. You guys should be sharing that burden, not putting it all on one person. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and we mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle under a sword, or must quit the battle, another sword, just as fierce, will take their place. To know that an ally is at your back, it would allow you to fight with abandon. Now, you believe this Leofine might take interest in our activities at Gorgain Mills, yes? A party has already left, accompanied by a group of Temple Knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I would ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure that they have not fallen victims to foul play. The mills can be found to the north, just across the Black Iron Bridge. The party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. We have to reach them before Leofine does. Agreed. I can only hope that all is well, but having you there would do much to set my heart at ease. Yeah. Also, be sure to give your kid a ruffle of the hair for me, okay? Hope you're treating him. I mean, I'm sure you're treating him well. You're a good egg. From what I can tell, the rest of your family they're all good eggs. Oh, speaking of eggs. I guess we'll try to squeeze in... Actually, what are the dates for... I know Hatching Tide is going on until April 6th, which is... Oh, we've got time. Okay. I'll do Hatching Tide next week. Because Sunday is MSQ Day. Tuesday, we will do the 7.1 Alliance raid. And then, because we had such a productive day this Sunday, the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that we have is Hildebrand. And maybe... Was Occult Crescent added in 7.1? It may have been. We might do the little bit of Occult Crescent story that's out. We're too late. They're fast asleep. But Redwald gave the impression there were more. These knights must have been the lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leofine. I'll rouse these ones. Shizune, you search that building over there. Okay, be gentle about it, though. They haven't been left in embarrassing positions, but this bears Leofine's mark all the same. I'll rouse this lot awake. Shizune, you search that building over there. At least if they were knocked out in here, they're, like, inside. Here, nobody in the Chocobo, Oh, who the hells are you? How'd you get past the guards? Ah. Also, I think that was really cool, and they should do shit like that more often. Where it's not a quest marker, it's just, oh, gotta walk in the right direction, and you'll find the thing. And the dialogue gets activated when you reach the right place. This isn't worth doing AoE for. You good? It's you! Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck our backs, struck when our backs were turned. I assumed the Temple Knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? No, just knocked out. With magic. Sleeping? I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whomever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we shall tend to our wounds, and then finish our inspection here. Mr. Staskar, I ask that you join the knights outside and wait until we're finished. I just realized there's like a full-on meal set up down there. Aha. As I thought. Just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. I simply had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now, and I won't kill you. What did they call you again? The Wide-Eye? You must have had quite the journey to come this far. Be careful, Shizune. This is our quarry. The thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leofine. Right. That is your ally? Where are their nimble hands? They may seek your artifact for themselves. It matters not, I suppose. Before you both throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? So few of us know true freedom. If there is aught you would grasp with your own hands, do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle of another. Quit spouting nonsense. Nonsense? Perhaps. I am here because of another, after all. Apyahi, who came to me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet, truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into, well, what does it matter? Yet I do derive great pleasure in shaming the temple knights, in seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down the streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it. I know the path I walk, the one that leads to your downfall. And I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. And then I'll... Oh, dear. You seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, I might suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep. But considering the burden I have just passed to you, that opportunity may not come for some time yet. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent. To think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter. I have learned more than enough to take my next step. See to it that this lot is disposed of. 'Tis the least you can do for the freedom I have given you. What, so you guys can't, or don't need to sleep anymore? What about getting concussed? Also, oh, River! I probably should have used that first. Oh well. We're all good. Hey, Tentoa, are you okay? Will slapping you work? Hello? Try as you might to rouse Tentoa, he seems completely detached from the waking world. Uh-oh. It looks like you've saved us twice today. Thank you. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Firmabere warned us of as the what Sir Firmabere warned us of in his report? Looks like it. I see. Then those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofine's arrogant voice. If she would not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen further than I had dared imagine. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. 'Twas only thanks to you and your companions' efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him to the congregation. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as Falcon's Nest. Shizune, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. Thanks, I will. And back to Ishgard we go. And ad break. Alright, so I am going to head on over to the congregation, and then we will wait until after the ad break to continue. So yeah, everybody go grab your snacks and whatnot, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the break. Okay, we're back. Well, glad am I to see you well, Mistress Daskar. I understand you come fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tentoa now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. We should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do it so at your leisure. Sure, thanks. There is another matter to discuss. Just before your departure to Gorgain Mills, it seems there was another incident. A group of criminals were released from their cells, their guards found in deep sleep. Doubtless Leofine was behind this. And doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were these selfsame criminals. Leofine is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side, and using this animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Leofine is the mastermind of these attacks, and that their aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When I shared these revelations with my superiors, it was decided that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. Why? The passage of the Unbound seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distress, not unlike the blasphemies of the final days. So long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofine before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Tentoa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point towards her whereabouts. So, can we actually go and visit him? Ah, yes! I was not lied to. Cool. I can't interact with him, but that's fine. Firmalbear's eyes light up when he sees you. Leofine remains as elusive as ever. If she is in Lee's Avery elements, she could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. Yeah, what's her story anyway? We can but hope that Tentoa awakens before she emerges again. Shizune, there you are! Oh, hi! I kind of wish more of, like, the original quest giver characters had been involved in these quests. I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but the narwhal guided me true. Oh, you must be the maiden Tentoa mentioned. You hail from this same village, yes? I am Firmalbear, of the Temple Knights. 'Tis an honor to meet you. Ah, Tentoa wrote about you in his letters. I am Lozanique, and the honor is all mine. Is Tentoa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. That's a long journey just because you didn't get a letter. Oh, there she goes. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive. You promised you'd write me. What was I supposed to do when the letters stopped coming? I was worried. At least I can take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it you're to thank for that, Shizune. I mean, I guess, yeah. I'll take credit for it. Is there any way to counteract the cradle's influence? Can one stay awake forever by sheer force of will? The answer is the same. Although we can deny ourselves food or drink, sleep is another matter. It always finds us in time. And to rouse oneself from a slumber this deep is an impossible task, even for someone like Tentoa. Do you know why Tentoa sleeps so soundly? The reports of other incidents indicated that those affected awoke in a matter of moments. Yet Tentoa shows no signs of stirring. Well, I'm sorry, I can't say for certain. Maybe it's because he's been awake for 10 years. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shut-eye has fallen into a sleep much like this. One so absolute that they become deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So, our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the shut-eye back into the waking world. What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? We call it spring dew, and the secrets of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered, fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Tentoa. I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the churning mists blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. In no other place in Eorzea can one be closer to touching the sun. Good. Next, we'll need the saliva of a beast we call morbles. And the thicker it is, the better. The pungent odor could wake the dead. Oh, I'm very familiar with morbles. Ah, I know them well. Morbles are not an uncommon sight in the Dravanian hinterlands. A mature specimen should possess saliva in the desired effect, or with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an unenviable task. Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. Do you think you could procure them, Shizune? Sure, I'll take on the unenviable task. Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the morble saliva must be the fresher of the two, I ask that you first climb to the heavens and pick dandelions for Tentoa. Right. I'm assuming that these are like super special magical dandelions, considering the fact that like dandelions don't necessarily need a high altitude to grow. So this is how Tentoa looked upon me for so long. The sight is unsettling, I admit. Please, Shizune, come back soon. I want to hear his voice. Right. Turning mists. Ooh. 4 arms? Let me look at the map. Which is closer? Okay, it's closer to Zenith. Nope, nope. I want this mount. so what level quest are we on now? We're on 96? Okay, cool. Just wanted to see how long I should be prepared to stream for. Sun-drenched dandelion. Okay. Hello. That's one. I'm assuming that's... Oh, over here. Sun-drenched dandelions shine an almost golden yellow. Now, for a much more gruesome task. Venture to the Dravanian hinterlands and collect saliva from the mouth of a full-grown morble. Yay! Oh, the hinterlands, not the forelands. Awesome. Yay! Morbles, my favorite. I want... Which gate is this? Doesn't tell me, at least not from the sun. I see. Ethernet. Ah. Yes, there we go. Time to take on the unenviable task. Haha. I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? Oh, river, no! Okay, let's get out of here. Special delivery. I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you've brought them with you. Yep, here you go. Found blooming among the floating isles above Eorzea, the petals of this dandelion glow almost as brilliantly as the sun which nourishes them. So pungent that not a sealed vial can contain its scent completely. A single whiff of this saliva can wrench even the deepest sleeper back into the waking world. Yummy! These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. I mean, it was pretty easy for me. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Tentoa to open his eyes. Huh? Where am I? Good morning, sleepyhead. I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tentoa. And I'm glad you're finally awake. Lozanique, what are you doing here? I see. So Leophine wielded the cradle against me. And while I was tucked soundly in bed, Lozanique came all this way. Curse my weakness! Just when I was needed the most, I failed. For 10 years, I endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even swing my damn weapon. It's not your fault, Tentoa. If anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it. As you may know, Leophine won our trust by posing as a scholar traveling the width and breadth of Taral. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs, and I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Wide-Eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Tentoa. While Lozanique was sleeping, Leophine snuck into her chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted, the cradle of the sleepless. I put Lozanique's life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. I would argue they're unfit to have you as their guardian. Once we get the cradle back, all will be forgiven. Lozanique is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Yeah, this one. Lozanique is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Thank you, Shizune. I know you know just what to say. That was the only way to see a future where none of my people came to harm. Especially Lozanique. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian. My guardian. We'll find a way through this together. Yeah, how about having more than one person be responsible for the safety of your entire village? Did you guys think about that? Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leophine's thugs while I was screaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. Want to pay it in money? And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leophine's clutches. But whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. Sure. I'm embarrassed to admit that was the first time I've ever created the mixture. I'm glad it worked as intended. Me too! You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Lozanique and I as children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away without a care in the world. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was what? Day Keyboard, thank you so much for the follow. Hello. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them, and Lozanique was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shut-Eye, after all. Your duty. And it was your duty, too, that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. but no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep. But being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it. And I want to walk it with you. Yeah! But not yet. First, we reclaim the cradle. And when we leave, or when we have, we'll take our first steps towards that new future. I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. I mean, you were awake for 10 years straight. I can't imagine. Perhaps the cradle has been sapping the ether of its target all along. Neophine did remark that she felt invigorated. Maybe she took her vitality for yourself. I mean, we know she did that. Perhaps the cradle has been sapping the ether of its target all along. Then does that mean the cradle has powers we don't know about? Or you don't understand how it worked to begin with? Not exactly. It may just mean the cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder might not pass on their fatigue. Rather, they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. The cradle's wielder can go on without sleep, and its victim loses the strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint, if we've had this realization, it won't be long until Leophine does too, and then it will be too late. We have to root her out. But I mustn't rush ahead blindly, as Lozinique never tires of telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I must spend what precious time we have training to regain what strength Leophine stole from me. You have my word. I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I mean, please do actually rest so that your body can recover form. I suggest that you do the same, for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. I challenge you to a competition of who can gain strength in the healthiest way. How about that? I don't have enough ingredients to make spring dew again. We'll have to deal with Leophine before the cradle's power returns. 8 hours of sleep a day. 3 meals, healthy meals a day. Or you know what? I'll be nice and say 2, because even I'm not even always that great about having more than 2 meals a day. But at least 2 healthy meals a day. Who can become stronger in under those conditions? Bring it, Tentoa. Tentoa appears healthier, but there's still a hint of weariness in his expression. You're looking strong, Shizune. Well, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. Still, there's much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before if we're to have any hope of catching Leophine. Better at relying on other people? I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any further than the Temple Knights? We've pondered the same question. Our best guess was that as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weaknesses. Or she bears a grudge. She's using her knowledge as her weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. A good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Firmavere?
I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in her old squadron might be able to shed light on her or onto her past. Some of them even now patrol the city. There was a great help in telling me where they might be.
You've been busy, Lozinique.
Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again.
And we're all better for it. Since you've gathered the information, it's only fitting I should do the legwork. Just tell me where these knights are, and I'll speak with them.
Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Firmother told me where to go, the names of these places mean nothing to me.
Luckily, we have Shizune to guide you.
You'll go with Tentoa, won't you?
Yeah.
I knew we could count on you. All right, take note of these locations.
Yeah, just mark it on my map.
How many Temple Knights are there that not even Firmother would know all of them? I can barely imagine.
I mean, have you seen the size of the city?
Being forced to work with someone like Leofine isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her.
Hopefully, they provide insight that'll help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, Shizune. Let's get moving. Okay, well, there's one over here. Oh, upstairs? Okay. Now, this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? I hear you used to work with Leofine. You want to know about Leofine? Well, many temple knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofine was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless, she yearned for freedom all her life. Or her idea of it, anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. I hear she did leave. For a time, at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofine was was set out to aid in this plot, I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader must be. Oh, I didn't even catch on to the fact that this was a follow quest. Hang on. This whole city is in charge of the Temple Knight, or in the charge of the Temple Knights, isn't it? There's no way a single warrior could defend it. While I don't doubt their honor as a whole, it's inevitable that a rotten seed like Leofine would eventually find its way into their ranks. Until recently, I always believed our remote corner of Shaktaral was the safest place in this world. But if danger can find us even there, I'm not sure what to think anymore. Also, Lozinique is still here. Let me talk to her one more time, because I wanna. How many Temple Knight... Oh, no. I have spoken with you already. Never mind. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. I'm just here for some information. Leofine? For her, I can spare a moment.
I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? While few were her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace, she oft spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was after just such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Knights falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar. Given what happened, I've no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger. Yet she's only deluding herself, and in time she'll be made to answer for her deeds. A protector knows the importance of rest, yet Leofine denied it to chase fleeting thrills until the sun rose. She's nothing but a fool with delusions of grandeur. Interesting way to put that. I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god, but here is a statue of a flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing. My people make no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of the sleepless. And thanks to its blessings, a wide-eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the Narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. All is quiet. Even so, I must remain vigilant. Leofine, a name spoken of in hushed whispers now, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're just too dense to see how her actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that her group seems relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Okzundu in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir Handaloop has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary. Stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. It must have been hard on the Lord Commander. My husband! The Lord Commander? I take it that's the leader of these Temple Knights. While fancy titles hold little interest for me, I sympathize with anyone who had to give orders to a rotten apple like Leofine. Yeah, why isn't Amric involved with these quests? This is literally his group. He is the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights. Giving the Temple Knights a warning is the least we can do. It's clear that this delegation, was it, might prove an enticing target for Leofine. Finally, we have knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this Handaloop what we know. The wheels are in motion, and doubtless Sir Handaloop would welcome news of potential threats before they catch us unawares. I believe he is yet planning the details of the visit at the congregation. But no, seriously, like... The fact that we spend so much time at the congregation and don't get even a little bit of a peek at Amric makes me sad. Where's my husband? I, his wife, have returned for more, but my beloved is nowhere to be seen. Anyway, hey Handaloot, long time no see. You are ever welcome at the congregation, Shizune. I am well apprised of Leofine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. And this must be Master Tentoa, who crossed the ocean from Taral. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I am better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me? Yeah. We think we know what Leofine's next target is. I see you and I have the same doubts. The delegation to Okzundu would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only meet that we maintain and strengthen friendly relations with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening mutual understanding of each of our unique cultures. Sonu Vanu, chief of the Zundu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Surely any of the Vanu, or should any of the Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we have no way of knowing if Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action. For the safety of all. Look at the bright side, at least this isn't a delegation to meet with the dragons. The Zundu will be safe under our watch. That's right. Shizuna and I won't let anyone come to harm. And as long as you warn the Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofine. You know he's right. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You are right. The Zundu would not stand by or idly by while we suffer at Leofine's hand. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by a great hero, Shizune. Yeah, that's me! I like how, Pentola has been hanging out with me this whole time and everybody keeps calling me the savior of Ishgard, and he hasn't batted an eye, at least not yet. If we tell the Zundu that she is keeping watch over the proceedings, then I am certain all doubts shall be quelled. Then you'll proceed? Indeed. The time has come for we Temple Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counteroffensive. I shall bring the suggestion of a joint operation against Leofine to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. I mean, you could let me bring it to him personally. Again, I have not seen my husband in so long. Thank you. Together, we'll put a stop to her scheme. I first must discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to the Lord Commander. Although time is of the essence, I ask that you wait a while until our course is settled. Yeah. I shall summon all involved in planning the delegation to the congregation at once. Pray wait while we discuss matters and reach a final decision. I just want to see Amric. Please, let me see him.
Keeping us apart. Too cruel.
Pentoa told me what you learned of Leofine. To be honest, I do emphasize somewhat with her desire to be free from the bonds of sleep, but that's where my sympathy ends. It's exactly because we must sleep that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. Yeah! I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me of these Zundu we'll be visiting. They look like big fluffy birds. They're like the Hanu Hanu, with even more of a penchant for metaphor. They're like the Hanu Hanu, with even more of a penchant for a metaphor. And less of an obsession with reeds, as far as I know. Really? Two groups of such people, so far apart. The world really is full of surprises. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragon and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagined a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. The Wide Eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We've barely even considered sending delegations outside our village's gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling just to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only look outward with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change. No hope to build trust. If only there was a way to bridge the distance between us and greet tomorrow hand in hand. Maybe that's just a silly dream. I don't think so. Maybe. Either way, it's a beautiful thought. I'm sure if you did talk to Wuklamot, things could be arranged. Connections between local or other local tribes in your area. I'm glad you think so. I'll hold that future in mind as I get back to training. As for you, Shizune, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up or with a knock to the head. Please do not. It might injure you. You might end up injuring yourself. Pento is finally acting like his old self again. Now I'm sure we're ready for whatever lies ahead. Pento is eager to set a trap for Leofine. Final quest, here we go! Hey, Flame! Sir Handaloop still hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. No! This might turn into me standing for the rest of the stream, because I don't know if we even have 20 minutes left. But I will do my best. All right. Uh-oh. Make sure everything is in properly. All right. Making me stand for 20 minutes has been redeemed. We are on the last quest of the tank role quest for Dawntrail. So yeah, we'll see how long things actually last, but I will do my best to fully redeem that. Excuse me, hang on. Let me switch water bottles. Sir Handloop still hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofine's mercy if she put you to sleep. Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofine's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. Thank you for the head pats. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course I agree with you, Tentoa, but we have more pressing matters, namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Heh, right. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. No, it's good to make plans. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I am pleased to say that the Zundu have agreed to join forces with us. Together, we shall drive back Leofine, should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at a moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handalup. We promise to do our part if Leofine shows herself. She won't get away with this time. We have but to hammer out the finer details. Once we are ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Okzundu as soon as possible, so you may help plan our strategy. You got it! I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as my staff can bruise as well as a club. I'll gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Lozanique, and Shizune too. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. The cradle never would have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. They're so in love. Well then, we'd better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sonuvanu. I really wish we could have the Vanu and the Hanu meet. That'd be really cute. Anyway, Okzundu, here we go. The Vanu teach the Hanu the dance. The Hanu introduce the Vanu to their reed-based delicacies. We're on a floating island. What other fantastic locales can be found in Eorzea? Their graceful dancing belies their bulk. Can they fly too? No. Not on their own, anyway. They have giant floating... Would you call them lizards? Oh, we've got an ad break coming up soon. I'm gonna snooze that. If it'll let me. So far, so good. Yeah, agreed. I would love to see some kind of overall Allied Society quest involving different expansion societies. They may have to wait a while before they can rope in the Shadowbringers ones, as much as I'd love to see the Sylphs and the Pixies interact. But yeah. Honored Netherling. Your return to Okzundu is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sonu knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home. And so the Zundu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the Sundrop Dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. I am Tentoa, and if this Sundrop Dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgard's warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tentoa is welcome to join the proceedings. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Zundu warriors unify their strength through the Sundrop Dance, and the sight of it is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids the needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first, that the Sundrop Dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Okzundu for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud coming over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. I mean, I'm like an honorary member of the Vanu, so can I join in on the dance? I know it. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with... Chief Sonu! Netherling ship appears in the skies like sun shower, hurtling toward Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship's markings are Ishgardian. The Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessel. The Temple Knights would never harm Zundu intentionally. The Temple Knights would never harm the Zundu intentionally. Agreed. This has the scent of the enemy. Just as Sonu has no reason to doubt that the sun will rise on the morrow, he has no reason to mistrust the Temple Knights. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. And now we must offer our aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. Alright. We're fortunate that Leofine chose the outskirts of the settlement to enact her horrible plan. Imagine if the ship crashed over Okzundu, or even Ishgard. Yeah. If this is the work of the Cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today, one way or the other. Well, I'm here, so there's only one way this is gonna end. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me? Oh, I'm honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. 'Tis a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knights' flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again, or we would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Zundu would be in the ship's path. The Fury favors me. For who now would trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut-eye, wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough. We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers. All at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature. But that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And when I'm asleep or awake, and whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Los Iniques by my side, that's the life I want. Show her no quarter. Or, no, you know what? I'm not a paladin. I'm a dark knight. We'll take the cradle back. Together. This shield thing is more appropriate for my main. She's exhausted the cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. Pretty sure you're still outnumbered. Leophine, You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time, I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never awake. Okay. Let me attack her. Let me attack her. Ah. Let me at her. Easy peasy. Come on. Come on. Follow me. There we go. hang on, hang on, hang on. There we go. I'm not in sync with the rest of them, but I help. Okay, bring it, bitch. Alright, and that was my last chance to snooze an ad break for tonight. So let's hurry up and beat her. Oh, I almost forgot about Living Shadow. Yeah? The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse at the waking world. Okay. Brace myself? How? Okay, take cover. No, he's asleep. Yeah, he's eepies. He's big eepies. Oh. Hang on. Did I turn on grit? I guess so. Can't hurt. Whoop, wait a minute. Yeah, he's awake. Okay, now can we do the big punch? Oh. following Scudder beat. Yeah! We win! Ugh, you stubborn! You may have won today, but this is not over. I think it is! Yes, it is! It's Shizune down! Warriors like down! Hey, I finally get a nap. No, not during the ad break! Well, we're so close. But okay, I will continue in 3 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. So right as the ad started, Leofine tried to use the cradle on our friends, and Shizune basically pulled a Horshaphant and threw herself in front of it and got hit by it. And now except she's not dead, obviously. She's just, you know, honk-shooing away. But yeah, anyway. Let's continue. Damned fool. No! No! I forgot we got hit by this thing. Say goodnight, Leofine. Imagine if she had gotten away and then we'd used the cradle on her griffin. The wide-eye watch is eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Snork. Chizune, wake up! Are you alright? 5 more minutes. Ha! Only she would smile at a time like this. The sun feels good. Please, I haven't had a proper rest in so long. The last time somebody promised me rest and relaxation, it turned into a mammoth labor camp. She's awake! Oh no, that was the time before last. The last time someone offered me rest and relaxation and a summer vacation, and it turned into me stopping the 3rd apocalypse in a row. Netherling looks hale as a warrior in their prime. Good. Our wicked foes fled from Sundrop Dance like twilight before dawn. It's good to see you awake. Don't worry, you weren't asleep for long. And judging by your fierce expression, the cradle didn't sap any of your trademark vigor. I could have used more sleep, actually. Your work is done, Chizune. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine. And with the cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the seas to be a success. Hear me out. What if instead of using the cradle to torture people by keeping them awake for 10 years at a time, or asleep for like the bulk of 10 years at a time, what if you used it to help people who are bad at waking up in the morning and also to cure insomnia? The Zundu helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Gallicat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You are equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop Dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. Yeah! The Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Hanloop is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Alright. Returning to Ishgard, and then I'm assuming after that, back to Liolo, and then we're done for tonight. Huzzah! Oops, I should have taken the Ethernet. Oh well. I do this like every time. It's fine. It's whatever. Wait. Oh, in the convocation. That makes sense. Or congregation, I should say. Ah, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks for your valor, thanks to your valor, the threat Leofine posed is no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault that the cradle was stolen in the first place. and ultimately my fault that your delegation to Okzundu turned into a melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between the Zundu and Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. And while we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. For now, probably. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make it known the story of Leofine's schemes and the heroes who worked to foil them. And in time, I hope that trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come. Relations which shall be the foundation for Ishgard's future. We would be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be there, no questions asked. And with that, it's time we returned home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tuliyola on our way back, Shizune. If you have business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at FFXIV before heading off. See you soon, hopefully.
Yep. As soon as this cutscene ends. And I can teleport. And now I can officially say that I don't need to touch tank on this character and can just completely what am I saying? Completely neglect Dark Knight until next expansion. I'm free! Oop. I'm glad you made it back to Tyrol, Shizune. I'd been in Ishgard for so long I'd almost forgotten what it's like to sweat. But I remember now, you can be sure. Shizune, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago and apprised Brukevu of everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Tuliyola and Ishgard were like entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Is anything the matter, Tentoa? Nothing. It's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zundu showed that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard Hondalup. The bond between Ishgard and Okzundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? She who bent her ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in her eyes. Excuse me, they're horns, and I was born with them this way, thank you very much. You're being very rude. That's an insensitive thing to say to an aura. Thank you, Shizune. For believing in us. For believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that is not the end. Says the Dark Knight who doesn't use a shield. And the woman who, No, I've never used a shield on this character. My healer is Scholar. I've never touched, well, I did play Black Mage. Maybe I used a shield back when I was leveling up Black Mage originally. But anyway. You're right. It's our faith in our allies. And their faith in us, that gives us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust, and we must take care to mend them properly. If we can do that, and learn to look towards the future hand in hand, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. Again, use it to cure insomnia. People can sleep and dream untroubled, and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right. Of course. If we're going to see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thank you for everything, Shizune. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Yeah! Alright. And thus concludes, the tank role quests for Dawntrail. I will be back tomorrow at 7:30 Central when we will be doing the caster and healer quests. I think the healer quests were one of the stronger role quests from Dawntrail, so I can't tell if I want to save it for last or do it earlier in the night when more people may be awake to watch the stream. I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Either way, tomorrow, caster and healer role quests. And then Sunday, starting at 4:30 Central, I will be doing 7.1 MSQ. Thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button. Subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe on Twitch. If I'm at 100 subs by the end of March, meaning you guys have like 6 days, we will do a repo stream next month. In the meantime, yeah, I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. Hopefully I am on track to be caught up by by FanFest. And then there'll be a little bit of a grace period so people have time to do MSQ before I do it on stream. Because also I want time to do it on my main. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm gonna send you guys over to, during the ad break I was scouting out people, seeing who's streaming. And I think I'm gonna send you guys to Citrina Shutterbug. She is playing Final Fantasy XIV right now. It looks like she might be at the final zone. At least that's what her title indicates, but it looks like she may be doing some other stuff right now. Either way, yeah, so if you aren't in Shadowbringers, this is your warning about Shadowbringers spoodlers. I'm gonna head off for the night, and until I see you all again, I hope you have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye!